2026 meeting of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education. Ms. Gallatin, would you please call the roll? And could you use the microphone so they can hear us? Thank you.
Jeff Bennett. Deirdre Brown. Elizabeth Callahan. I know was here, but Meredith Higgins.
Here.
Bimal Kapadia.
Here.
Will Meyer.
Here.
Malini Nayar.
Here.
Shayna Sackett Gable.
Here.
Paul Steffen.
Here.
Can you recall Elizabeth Callahan?
Yes. Elizabeth Callahan.
Here.
And student reps.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
All right, so we have a quorum. Please stand if you are able for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please take notice that adequate notice of this meeting was sent from the office of the Secretary of the Board on January 6, 2026 to the Maplewood and South Orange Township clerks and the editors of the News Record, Star Ledger, Tap into Soma, and the Village Green. I'll now entertain a motion to enter executive session as permitted under the Open Public Meetings Act to discuss personnel, legal, and other miscellaneous matters. No formal action will be taken. Do I have a motion? Board Member Steffen. Do I have a second? Board Member Callahan. Show of hands. All in favor? All right. Unanimous. The board will enter executive session at 6:33 p.m. and will be returning to public session. Any action resulting from our discussions will be taken in public session, and we'll see you back here shortly. Good evening. I would like to call this meeting back to order at 8:06 p.m. The board is now back in public session, and thank you all for joining us tonight. We have a lot of business to get to this evening. However, I want to pause for a moment because, and I mentioned this 2 nights ago, but there's a bigger audience here, so I'm going to do it again. The district has suffered a loss this month. Not everyone who has attended our board meetings knows Chris Settle by name, but everyone was greeted by him when they entered this building and was met with a kind word and his unfailing smile. And when we trudged out of the building late into the evening from our board meetings, Chris would still be there at his security guard post, keeping watch. Chris passed away not quite 2 weeks ago, very untimely. Chris was part of the 525 Academy family for a long time, and he served this district with distinction. He's left a hole in the lives of many people who loved him, including in this building and this room, and we want to take a moment tonight to honor and recognize him. Chris's family is collecting donations for his funeral arrangements. For anyone led to give, there is information and a QR code in the back there, and folks online can feel free to reach out to me as well.
So we did just want to announce information about Chris's celebration of life services. We are looking at April 2nd at the Newborn Baptist Church, 391 Avon Avenue in Newark, New Jersey. The viewing will be from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. And the service begins at 11 a.m. And I'll echo Board Member Meyer's sentiments. It's a very big loss for us here and for many of the students at CHS who also knew Chris. He was just the kind of person that would brighten your day. So.
And as you leave tonight, please take a look over at the security guard desk. There is a wonderful tribute on the wall to him now. And next, we have the pleasure of recognizing 3 outstanding SOMST educators. And first, I think we have in this room, well, I'll hand it over to the superintendent.
We have, Emily, are you here?
All right.
I see Laura here. Laura, you want to see a couple words about this wonderful person? Oh, I forgot about your foot.
Push the button on there.
Laura, just press the tool, it's red. Yep.
Got it? Thank
Perfect.
you. Good evening, everybody. This is one of our Marshall multi-aid teachers, Emily Mamrak. We are so excited, or I am so excited. It's my great honor to recognize her tonight for her outstanding contributions to Marshall, specifically in health and wellness within our Marshall community. Last year, she inspired all of us by completing the New York City Marathon, motivating fellow staff members to set and pursue their own fitness goals. We had several other staff members, I believe, directly as a result of Emily, that started running smaller marathons and really increasing their goals. And she really promoted this with our students and our staff in general as a whole. She then furthered her commitment to wellness by earning an achievement grant last summer, through which she completed over 200 hours of training to become a certified yoga teacher and social emotional learning facilitator. And then I specifically nominated her this year because I'm so excited that she has now spearheaded the launching of the first chapter of Girls on the Run at Marshall School, which is a wonderful organization. Girls on the Run, if anybody is not familiar, is a nonprofit organization. It's dedicated to inspiring and empowering young girls to build confidence, develop life skills, and embrace a healthy lifestyle. Through fun, experience-based curriculum, they run, but there's also a lot of empowerment and social emotional lessons. And again, Marshall, as most of you know, just expanded to a K-5. So we're really focusing on our upperclassmen, and this is a really inspiring and motivating program for them, all thanks to Emily and our PTA members. So super proud to honor her and give her a shout out.
Hey, want to get a picture with the board? Laura, you too.
Sure. Okay. All right. Tell us where.
Thank you.
Great.
Go in there.
Go in here.
Right, because they all go in there. They jump in there too. She's like, so cute.
Hello, everyone. We're going to have some nice, jolly smiles in 3, 2, 1. One more in 3, 2, 1. And we're going to do one more now in 3, 2, 1. Thank you all. Very wonderful.
And she also, wait a second, what about the marathon did she mention that you just got into now? Well, the other one. She just made the New York Marathon. She just got picked for the New York Marathon.
Oh, she got in the,
Yeah, right? Just got picked for New York?
Yeah, for 2020.
Again.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're going again for a second.
Oh, sure.
We'd like to shout out 2 more of our staff that have consistently gone above and beyond. At Maplewood Middle School, dance teacher Kenya Macy hosted the One World dance concert in celebration of Black History Month. Students of all skill levels performed and expressed themselves through movement centered on the theme of globalism and loving engagement. The concert created a welcoming space where students could connect, build confidence, and celebrate culture through the arts. It was a wonderful concert. So just big thanks to Kenya. This is a big project that she does every year. It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, and the kids love it every year. And finally, at Maplewood Middle School, we want to shout out physical education and health teacher Jamie Handwerker, partnered with the USA Track and Field to help bring Hazel Clark Day to life. She led the planning and coordination for a run, jump, throw clinic that engaged more than 200 students. The event gave students a fun and active way to experience the value of youth sports and staying healthy. We had about, I believe, four to five U.S. track and field Olympians, former Olympians there. And the kids loved it. I mean, just loved it. And we're, knock on wood, we're extremely lucky. The individual who coordinates this as well as a parent of ours that we were able to work with and bring these folks in. And we hope that's going to be a regular yearly event. So big thanks to Jamie, who coordinated it all. And it was a lot for Maplewood Middle. They also did the event at South Mountain. And after South Mountain and Maplewood Middle School, Hazel read from her new book at the Maplewood Library.
Okay, next up, I'd like to get a student update from our student representative and one of the stars of the CHS musical, which if you didn't see it, wow. Ms. Strogoff, please.
So I have a couple of congratulations. Congratulations to the teachers and teams of teachers who received Deborah Prinz Educator Grants this month through the Achieve Foundation. Achieve board members delivered more than $23,600 in grant funding for 14 projects and programs across SOMSD, adding to nearly $62,000 for 41 grants awarded this past fall. We are grateful for this continued investment in our educators and students and for the creative opportunities these grants make possible throughout the district. Columbia High School is also proud to recognize Sophia Kahn as our class of 2026 valedictorian and Lola Karp Foster as our salutatorian. Sophia will be attending the University of Pennsylvania, where she plans to study political science and Spanish after serving as managing editor of the Columbian and being selected for the New Jersey Scholars Program. Lola plans to study biomedical engineering, focusing on neutral technologies, building on her advanced classes and research experience in neuroscience. Even though they've taken different paths, both Sophia and Lola have made a real impact at Columbia through their hard work, curiosity, and dedication. So huge congrats. And then another update that I have for the board is a concern in general about communication, especially within our athletics department. So a couple of weeks ago, I received in my Gmail a communication protocol, and in it reads that first, contact the staff member directly involved within your concern. If you don't hear back within 48 hours or the situation worsens, escalate the issue to the department supervisor. And then the department supervisors are listed, and one of the people included on that list is Miss Winstead, the athletic director. And I think that you'll hear from a couple of students here, but I am one of the people who have reached out to her and have not heard back within 48 hours, or ever, really. And I think that if we are a school that wants to make our athletic program as good as it can be and get uniforms in time and get buses on time, and we need better communication in general. And also transparency, because I also heard about cuts after a roster being finalized, and then a proposed solution that isn't great, I've heard. And I just think there's a lack of communication between the athletic director and coaches to actually discuss about what is the best plan to better our athletics department. And I think it's going to require a lot of work on a lot of ends, but if we all come together and just talk to one another, I think we can do it. So that's my update.
Any questions? Okay. I'll turn it over to Superintendent Bing for the superintendent's update. Wait, stop. Nope. We're going to back it up here because we skipped right over the very important task of approving our board meeting minutes. We are reviewing, hang on a second, we are reviewing our minutes from, well, you know, I had them up here just a minute ago. We're going to do it in a minute. We're going to the superintendent's update.
Got to stay on your toes here. March update. I want to thank our student reps. As usual, they've been wonderful bringing information to us. Much appreciated, and I do echo what Mr. Meyer said. I had the chance to. I like to just stand in the back and watch the performances, and it was quite spectacular, so something you should be very, very proud of. We do want to congratulate Dr. Talia Bennett, assistant principal at Columbia High School, and Dr. Candace Stewart, art teacher, on the successful defense of their dissertations. This remarkable achievement reflects their dedication, perseverance, commitment to excellence in education. We are incredibly proud to have you as part of our district community and celebrate this significant milestone with you, and to be calling you Dr. Talia Bennett and Dr. Candace Stewart from this point on. I know for a fact I've been privy to part of their journey, and it's been a journey for both of them, so just kudos to them both. It is not easy. On March 12th, the South Orange Maplewood School District proudly recognized Columbia High School student Chioma Ugana Okafor, who was honored at the Essex County Unsung Hero Ceremony for her outstanding leadership, service, and dedication to her peers. Board President Will Meyer and Board Member Shana Sackett-Gable attended the ceremony to celebrate her achievements. Chioma's impact spans academics, athletics, and service, including her roles as a student council leader, team captain, and volunteer tutor. Her commitment to uplifting others and leading with integrity reflects the very best of our district. We congratulate Chioma on this well-deserved recognition and celebrate the example she sets for our school. I don't know if Will or Shana want to comment on that night, because I read a couple of your emails that it was a heck of a night.
I will personally say that I had the wonderful opportunity to speak with and meet Chioma prior to the event, sitting down at the high school with a few folks. And so at the event, I have to say we were limited to, it was about a minute. And I said there's really no way that in 1 minute I could do her justice, but also in 20 minutes I couldn't do her justice. She has done one of everything, and she has clearly been an uplifting force for her peers as well. So that celebration was very much deserved, and it was great to meet with her and her family to honor her.
The state robotics competition, Team 4102 from Columbia High School earned a spot to advance to the world competition in Dallas, Texas for the first time. A lot of work has gone into what they have been doing. So I truly appreciate their mentor. I truly appreciate the community who supported them. I know Chief Foundation has also lended their support. It really has been an amazing journey for these students, and wish them the best of luck in Dallas. Congratulations to South Orange Maplewood Board of Education on achieving New Jersey School Boards Association Board certification, a testament to the board's strong commitment to effective governance, continuous improvement, and student success. The board will be recognized for its accomplishment at the Essex County SBA meeting on May 14th, 2026. Kudos to the board. Want to shout out our Mandarin teachers over at the high school who had a Lunar New Year celebration today. Unfortunately, we could not make it due to the board meeting, but their events are always incredible. So big thanks to that team. Congratulations to Principal Lynn Irby. Students at Columbia High School's GMAC program led a powerful evening of recognition on March 12th, honoring South Orange Middle School Principal Miss Lynn Irby Hill, a longtime educator whose leadership and mentorship have shaped generations of students across the South Orange Maplewood School District. The program was organized by educator Marcia Hicks, who always goes above and beyond, and her students. And I had the opportunity to stop into that celebration. It was quite awesome and well-deserved, and the kids did an incredible job. We are developing this year's budget, and it has been exceptionally difficult exercise in balancing educational necessity with their fiscal reality. As we observe the challenges facing our surrounding districts, our primary goal remains to right-size the ship while protecting our greatest asset, which is our hardworking folks. We have approached this cycle with a deep commitment to empathy, transparency, and the responsible stewardship of taxpayer dollars. We've established a couple community-based committees, including our Transportation Action Committee, as well as our Budget Action Committee that we are working with. Over the next month, the work continues as we strive to finalize a budget that minimizes the impact on our classrooms. I truly appreciate our community and our teachers and all our staff for their continued dedication to our students. I did shout out Scarlett and Into the Woods, so I'd also want to shout out Legally Blonde at Psalms, which was an incredible performance as well. Also this month, I had the honor of being a reader for choosing our new Governor Educator of the Year. I had the opportunity to review about 30 applications and rate them, and then we worked with another small group to consolidate our scoring and chose a Governor Education of the Year award winner, which we are very proud of, and I think everybody will be very proud of once you read her biography. Also, as noted earlier, I do want to shout out Hazel Clark for spending her time March 12th in the district. I also do want to recognize, and Scarlett touched on this, the work that is ahead for our athletics department across the board. Since I've been here, which is going on about 19 months, we faced some issues, let's just say it. We'll leave it at that. I think we just need to tighten up the ship, and I think the best way to do that is through a community advisory committee. So we're looking to recruit about 25 to 30 folks who will work on that advisory committee and really help to develop a 5-year roadmap for the department. Currently, the department does not have one, or I don't think the department has had a strategic plan for about going on 15 years right now. That department is significantly growing. We are adding more and more athletics. We are also adding middle school sports into the mix starting next year. As a district, we have to put a little more effort and time into student athletics. I think the same amount of time that we also put into the arts in this district. Right now, it's an underfunded department, and I can speak for the board that I think our student athletes deserve a lot better than scrambling around for uniforms, wondering if buses are going to come, wondering if tournament or competition fees are going to be paid. So I think this committee is a good start to really working on good opportunity to redevelop that department collectively and collaboratively, and also really develop some standard operating procedures. So we look forward to that work. I believe something was sent out today around that, and I think there's a sign-up list on the website. The more students on that committee, the better for us, more student athletes. So we look forward to your contribution, but we're also looking for parents of student athletes, as well as community members that are in the field or in the athletics field. As I noted previously, we're working with one of our parents that works closely with the United States Track and Field, who's been wonderful for us. So if we can recruit a few of those individuals as well as we do the strategic planning for the athletic department, I think we'll be in a better place moving forward. And that is all I have.
Okay, Dr. Gilbert next.
Nope. What's Dr. Gilbert doing out there? Dr. Gilbert, your music is about to play.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you. All right. I'm Dr. Kevin Gilbert, Assistant Superintendent of Schools, and I just want to give everyone a quick update on where we are with the implementation of our equity audit conducted by Rutgers. In September, I gave an update, and so this is just another update just to make sure everyone knows that we are on track. Our goal is to have all of the recommendations implemented by the end of this school year. However, there's going to be one that I'm going to talk about today that we will not be able to really implement until the start of next school year. But I will go into that. Next slide, please. So, as I always do with this presentation, I always start with the quote from Dr. Eddie Fergus and the Rutgers team that really talks about when we look at this equity work, that, you know, we talk about this systemic approach that we're taking. And sometimes when you do equity work, there are some who may feel like you're taking things away, but we're not taking things away. We're trying to make things better, and by working to help support our more underrepresented students, our students of color, we're actually building a bigger, better, bolder school district in and of itself. So this quote just talks about that we're centering our students of color, our Black students, our students, our Hispanic students, our Asian students, our LGBTQ plus students, all of our marginalized students, and our students who are on free and reduced lunch. Because if we make their lives better, we make our entire school district better. And so we're checking our data and looking at that. And we're also trying to create opportunities so everyone can get together and understand that the work that we're doing is with that mindset in place. Next slide, please. The next series of slides go through what these recommendations are. And so just for those who may not be familiar with this, and this is a new time, I will read these for you so you can kind of understand. There are several areas. The first area is curriculum and instruction. The 7 recommendations provided for us was to prioritize materials and verbal messaging regarding math growth mindset, foster heterogeneous student collaboration in math instruction, ensure the low-track students receive the high-quality instruction that they need to become better math students, create a clear plan and timeline to identify high-achieving students from underrepresented backgrounds and higher-track math courses, create enrichment and acceleration opportunities, increase accessible and equitable parent involvement, and revisit the choice policy for math course selection. You hear there's a lot of math in there. Math is one of the three courses that we have that have different levels in it that we can really track and see what is happening in those classes, who's taking those classes. But math is the entry point for all of our courses, all of our subjects. So because you see math here, that doesn't mean we're not looking at all of our courses. Next slide, please. Then we have our intervention recommendations, develop a district-wide tiered system of support that includes defining academic and behavioral tiers available and processes for utilization, extensive review of the INRS implementation process guide in order to address inconsistencies and redundancies, develop a list of tiered interventions for academic behavioral support, and develop tools and protocols for the operation of intervention team meetings. Next slide, please. Then we have 7 recommendations around to develop the pedagogical capacity with the equity lens, and these recommendations include develop and implement a professional development series for our staff that continues in the development of cross-cultural capacity across our district, continuous assessment of educators' knowledge on intervention support systems, curriculum, and instruction improvement. Through professional development, build better empathy for all of our students. Events such as, well, we used to do Challenge Day, we don't do that anymore, but we are encouraging our schools to create those community building activities. And for our staff out there, you know, we've been talking a lot about reframing our restorative justice work. We've been doing that for the last several years. That fits into this category. Our social emotional learning that we're doing, that also fits into this category. I know our students and our middle schools have been experiencing Wayfinder. That is part of all of that work. That's part of these recommendations. Hire more Black teachers, teachers of color, and create affinity spaces to support those teachers and increase retention. Build on the successes of these affinity spaces for students of color, such as that should be GMAC, as they changed their name to the Global Majority Scholars, and provide affinity spaces for BIPOC students at school levels. Next slide, please. And then there were 5 recommendations that dealt specifically with our intentional integration initiative, further modeling of the integration in which factors with the greatest skewed patterns are weighted more intensely over other factors. The pattern of average household income and parental education levels should be examined over time in order to understand whether III plan can be sustained. A staged integration that prioritizes South Boyd and the South Mountain over the next several years. Review pre-COVID quarantine school years to understand these withdrawal patterns. And the III plan needs to parallel the integration, academic supports, and services. All right, next slide. So with the next series of slides up again, this is another quote from the audit, which talks about the implementation, which really talks about the fact that we're looking at a 3 to 5 year plan, and we are actually in year 3 of this new iteration, but year 6 of trying to get this on the coursework. There was 3 years prior to my arrival here in the district. Dr. Fergus did one preliminary audit. I'm not going to recap everything for you. He had to come back. And so we're working on the recommendations from that second iteration of what Dr. Fergus came in. So, but from that iteration, we looked at about a 3 to 5 year plan. So when I talk about us implementing all of these recommendations by the end of this school year, which is year 3, we are making a difference. We are making a differentiation between implementation and sustainability. My teachers know I like that use of the word differentiation. I did good with that. Yeah, thank you. All right, next slide, please. So this is the mapping that kind of shows where we are currently. You will see highlighted in green are the areas from September that were not green. So what I'm doing is I want to show you where we've gone from the last time we were here. And so there are two new areas that we have marked completed. One, prioritize material and verbal messaging regarding math growth mindset. A couple of years ago when we had coaches, those coaches put together a professional development series for our K-8 teachers in which they looked at doing growth mindset. And now we have asked that all professional developments that happen have to have some embeddedness of growth mindset in them. Well, we are happy to report that our internal review of these professional developments, we have found those elements of growth mindset in those presentations. And so we moved that from yellow to green to say that we're on our way, and that has been completed. The second new addition to this slide is create a clear plan and timeline that identifies high-achieving students from underrepresented backgrounds in the higher track math courses. We've been partnering with equal opportunity schools for the last several years. Partnering with them means that we have done surveys, we've done focus groups, we get reports that show us the trends. We feel very confident that we've gotten that data year in year over year, which gives us a good monitoring tool to see where we are with that. And so we feel pretty confident that we've met that particular implementation goal. And so we move that to green. The third item, which is revisit the choice policy for course selection, that was already completed the last time we did this presentation. Next slide, please. This area is the one that we're super proud of. When I came in May of 2022, the INRS system in this school district was broken. That did not really exist. So we spent 22, 23, 23, and 24 really revamping, breaking that program down and putting in a true tier systems of support. Dr. Zola Correa, as well as Dr. Carrie Wabel, were instrumental in starting to get this going, and it now sits. It was our multi-tier system of support was sitting in our special services department, is now moved to our curriculum instruction. We now have a consistent multi-tier systems of support that looks at not only instructional support, but also looks at behavioral support. And we can safely say that we completed all 4 of these recommendations that was asked of us. And so we're pretty proud about that work. Next slide, please. This particular piece, development of pedagogical capacity with an equity lens. So this is the area where we got kind of stagnant in. We know what the national climate has been around the work that we've been trying to do. And so we have to be very particular and very cautious around some of the things that we were saying that we were going to do. Not cautious about the importance of doing the work. Don't get me wrong. We never stopped doing the work. But with the climate and things that it was, we had to be very particular about how we phrased and how we did and how we went about doing this work. What that meant is some of the things that we were putting into place, we had to get legal reviews on. We had to send things back to kind of make sure we were in line with what at the particular point in time, what we thought the current administration was saying. Since then, we know that the current administration has lost several court cases in terms of what they were trying to do with this work. So now we feel like we are back on solid footing to really engage in a more meaningful way. That does not mean we're not on track to getting most of these to green. As a matter of fact, we feel confident that the continuous assessment and educator knowledge and intervention support systems, curriculum, and instructional improvements, we can move that to green. We do constant surveying of our staff. We do constant evaluations of the work that we're doing. I talked about the new New Jersey tier systems of support that we have in the district. We now have a monitoring tool that goes along with that. I think we have done a tremendous job in making sure we put that piece together. And so we moved that to green, which was not green when I did this presentation back in September. The one I wanted to talk to you about is the one around hire more BIPOC teachers, create affinity spaces to support those teachers, and increase retention. So this is the one where we found challenges in how we were going to go about putting that together. And it kind of delayed and delayed and delayed our response. We're in a position now where we are ready to create those affinity spaces. They will not be based on race, as this recommendation puts out, as that is still one of those areas that is still pretty much confusing around what we can do. However, we are going to create affinity spaces. Some of our educators who we trained in SEED, who's been doing some of our internal training around culturally responsive teaching practices. Dr. Wabel put together a great equity professional development plan where she brought teachers together to put that together. And so we have a good cadre of teachers in our district who have the background, who have the tools to actually help us do these affinity spaces the way we want to. So this spring, we're going to name these affinity spaces, and then we're going to get some of our teachers who have already been trained. We're going to check the union contract and make sure we're able to support them and do what we need to do on that end. And these spaces are going to launch in September of 2026. So this particular recommendation may not be green at the end of this school year, but at the end of this school year, you all will have the definite plan and the rollout that we're going to use to get that going. Next slide, please. And then the last slide, not the last slide, the second to last slide I'm going to show you is the intentional integration pieces to this puzzle. So as you know, we have been since fall 21-22, when our kindergartners were first placed in the algorithm, we've been embarking on this intentional integration initiative. Of these recommendations, we can safely say of the 5, we have completed implementation of the things that Dr. Fergus asked us to do. A lot of this is centered around the fact that we get yearly reports from Michael Alves and Nancy McCardle, the Alves group, that gives us a lot of this data that we've checked on a year-to-year basis. So we're always looking at the data. Another piece of this is that, for example, that first piece where they talked about modeling the skew patterns, we learned very early on that there's only 2 factors that go into our intentional integration that make up our algorithm, which is income levels as well as family educational levels. Al's group did do some trial runs with doing different percentages with that, and there was no significant difference in that. And so that was tried, that moved to green. We just added to this that was different from September. We do look at the pattern of household income and educational level that's found in those reports. We're checking that yearly. One of the things that's come up in that piece that we're learning is that particularly in the area that we're living with the new ACS data that is used, we're starting to see the economic trends kind of shift a little bit in terms of what the low SES tier is. And when we say low SES tier in this district, we're not talking like a traditional low SES tier in this district. We're looking at a 6-figure number that comes up that puts families in that low SES tier. What that means for us is we got to be very diligent as we do this to really make sure as we're doing our placements and stuff that we're maintaining the kind of balance that we want to see. But the income levels in our communities is growing at a very more higher average rate than in other areas around us. And so that's going to be a little bit of effect. We don't quite know yet. We're still looking at the data, but that's going to have a little bit of an effect going forward on how we go about III. The other piece that we moved to green in here was reviewing our pre-COVID quarantine school years to understand the withdrawal patterns. We sent a survey out to every single family that has withdrawn their kids from at school year 2018-19 to the present. We're getting some feedback. We're studying those survey results. We're looking at that. This recommendation actually gets to that so we can kind of see what that impact, if III is having a impact on what the folks are saying about those withdrawals. Once we go through that data, we would definitely be willing to share what those results are telling us. But what the Rutgers recommendation folks asked us to do, we've got that in place. The last recommendation will probably be yellow for a while, because what that means to us is it says a AAA plan needs to parallel the integration and academic supports in our school system throughout. Until we can turn all those other recommendations green, this one can't be green. This is about how we take the overall plan and build it into all of our schools across the district. The last slide I'm going to be, if you go to the last slide right before questions, slide 16. If you go to slide 16. The slides, the 13, 14, 50, these are all, as he flips through these are all just documented proofs of the kind of work that we've done. We've gone over this over and over again, so I'm not going to reread all of this. This presentation will be posted for you, so I please tell you to take a look. There's been a lot of hard work put into this, but go back to that last slide. I did add 3 more pieces to this puzzle that was not there in September that I do want to talk about. We have finished our culture responsive curriculum audit of all our 4 core classes, our core subjects, ELA, math, social studies, and science. We're going through those audits now. That's a huge task. It took us a couple of years to get there. We're going to move to electives next, but we're pretty excited about that accomplishment. We've continued to collect that survey data on underrepresented student groups in advanced placement courses, and the identification of barriers to the participation of students of color through focus groups. And the third thing is we developed and deployed that survey to families who've withdrawn from SOMSD since 2018, 2019. That's a pretty big feat. And so with that said, you can go to the next slide. I will stand for any questions.
Questions? Board Member Higgins.
Well, first of all, that is an excellent presentation, sir.
Thank you.
I am definitely on the back foot. I'm trying to catch up as much as I can because, like you said, it's year 6, but now that was really new information of it being year 3 of this new iteration. So I find that very helpful. Some things that stood out to me that I just thought were really powerful to have in a presentation for a school district is using phrases like you're trying to combat color blindness, deficit thinking, racial discomfort, and then align integration work throughout the entire school experience. That's a huge job, and that whole list of accomplishments is really, really incredible. Keeping in mind questions, getting to the questions, you mentioned Boyden and South Mountain prioritization, and so I'd be curious to hear what kind of patterns you're seeing there. And then the ACS data, just so that I understand, that is not, we're no longer using the data that's kind of old from 20, we're using more updated data, correct?
Right. That's correct, yep.
Okay, great. So yeah, if you could just talk a little bit about the South Mountain Boyden things that you're finding?
Sure, so without going through a complete history lesson around III, when the III was established, the 2 areas of the discrepancy in terms of where students were going was the Seth Boyden area versus the South Mountain area. One area had many of our students of color in it, as well as many of our SES, low SES tier students in it, versus the other district that had less students of color and higher SES tier. I will say that, so part of the recommendations came from that frame of mind. What we have learned is there's kind of like a little bit of a shift happening as we've been really paying attention to what's happening in our Tuscan region, our Tuscan schools, just simply because of student priority. What we've actually been seeing in Tuscan is they are actually becoming a little more disproportionate related to Seth Boyden as opposed to South Mountain. So we're still looking at those numbers. What we did have a bit of a shift back towards South Mountain this year because, as you know, we did a different placement where we did proximity placement through the algorithm, where the closest, you start you out at your closest school. If there wasn't room there based on the variance numbers, we moved to the second closest school. But what that meant for our families in South Mountain, because they have smaller capacity than other schools, is that those parents got placed, so we had to move those students into our school that had the greatest capacity, which is still Seth Boyden. We increased the capacity in Seth Boyden, which opened up a large number. So to answer your question about that, what we're seeing in South Mountain versus Seth Boyden is we were able to move more students in to Seth Boyden. We still see some of that disproportionate data between the 2 schools, but that's being driven by the fact of less capacity at South Mountain versus what's at Seth Boyden. So, and then You had one more point to that question, I think, one more part to that.
I had asked about the data, but you had
Okay,
already.
all right.
If I could just do a quick follow-up, so are you
Yep.
essentially saying that with the elementary schools, it's basically a moving target in a way, that because it's changing year over year, like how the neighborhood structure works, people moving in and out, I don't know how else to say it, other than like you kind of have to think about it every year.
Every
It's-
year.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not something where it's like, there's going to be this stamp and then it's done. It's
Right.
actually just constantly something that you have to gather data on every single year.
That's correct.
So that CHS is a true reflection, like the CHS experience is like happening at every level.
Right,
Okay.
that's correct, that's
Thank you.
correct. Yes,
Appreciate
yes,
that.
ma'am.
Other questions? Well, Dr. Gilbert, I'll ask. Obviously, we are in year 3 of what is expected to be a 5-year plan, but as far as our monitoring goes, we're in year 3 of year 3, and there's deliverables that are sort of expected of us. And I know we're undergoing frequent monitoring by Judge Wallace. How are we looking in that respect with regard to the progress we're making against those metrics?
Absolutely. So we have not had our next meeting with the monitor just yet. So far, you know, they have, and I think we've talked about it in previous meetings. They've been very informative. We've appreciated the partnership that we've been developing with Black Parents Workshop with that work. And Judge Wallace has been really keeping us focused and driven to hitting the goals. We do know the next time we get together, we are going to be talking about what release looks like. So what does it mean to be released out of the monitoring? What steps we have to take to make sure we're there. I go back to the whole notion that I talked about earlier about the difference between implementation and sustainability for the rest of this plan. Getting these recommendations implemented is only the beginning. We're going to come up with a sustainability plan to show how we plan to make sure this work continues, because it takes 5 years to change. And that's what that one slide talked about, from 3 to 5 years. We're in year 3. We're going to start gradually seeing, and we're already starting to see some movement in some of our data, not as much as we want to, but we're starting to see some movement. But we're hoping the next couple of years, as we move towards year 4 and year 5, we're really going to be starting to see some progress being made.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none? Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
sir.
All right.
All right, and now it is time for the board president update. I'll try to be pretty quick here. First of all, we are commemorating the International Transgender Day of Visibility that is coming up at the beginning of next week. A few of us had the opportunity to go over to Maplewood Town Hall to catch the very beginning of their Transgender Day of Visibility commemoration before we hightailed it over here for our meeting. We have a resolution on the agenda to be considered tonight in recognition as well of that event. And, you know, as I shared at the event earlier today, I think that our community values so highly the rights and protection of transgender students, gender nonconforming students, as well as the whole of our LGBTQ community. And we also know that we frequently we are not hitting the mark the way that we always want to be. And it is an ongoing redoubling of efforts to protect those students who identify as transgender, gender nonconforming in our schools. And that remains an item of tremendous importance. Earlier this month, on March 4th, myself and Board Member Callahan had the opportunity to attend a crossing guard breakfast that was put on by the South Orange and Maplewood municipalities. It was hosted at Jesby House. And talk about unsung heroes. You know, this was a great chance to talk to the folks who really make attendance in our schools possible for the huge number of our kids who walk to school. And it was great to get to sit down and have coffee and a bagel with them and hear some of their harrowing tales and the lives that they have, you know, before and during their student desk crossing guards here. And we're very grateful for their service. We also had a strategic planning meeting that took place on March 16th. That was the first of our 3 sessions. It was led by our New Jersey School Board Association representative, Jean Cleary. It was a great session. We had some open chairs. We didn't think we were going to have open chairs, but it was a rainy night. There are 2 more sessions coming up. We have a lot of names. We want more names. Please go to our website, sign up to participate in one of those sessions, and help us develop the plan for the next 5 years. As Superintendent Bing mentioned, we were thrilled after pursuing it for many years to find out just midday today that our district and our board has attained certification by the New Jersey School Board Association. That is not a small feat. You have to satisfy a few different criteria. You have to meet the governance portion of the New Jersey CUSAC monitoring process. There's a lot of pieces to it. Submit historic teacher pay data, pass an audit of our policy manual, complete the annual board self-evaluation, which remarkably a lot of boards don't do, comply with current mandatory training requirements for each board member, participate in at least 1 full-day retreat, which we've definitely done more than that, and earn 16 credits of group training within a 4-year period. So this is a multi-year achievement, and credit is due to our prior boards under the leadership of Nubia Duval-Wilson, Dr. Kwawi Telsford, and Caitlin Whitletter. So kudos to our past board members and kudos to everyone here. This is pretty great, and we get to get commemorated for it next month.
Over a decade.
In first time in over a decade. I believe that's true. Thank you. Okay.
Take it.
For those of you who tuned in on Tuesday, we had our preliminary budget presentation. The district has been working feverishly to deliver a balanced budget under difficult circumstances. Unfortunately, those circumstances were not just the incredible rising costs and diminishing year-over-year revenue growth, but also, unfortunately, we had our business administrator, Mr. Amani Moody, has stepped back on a family leave right now, and we wish him the best. Mr. Frank Servils has been appointed as our interim BA as of Tuesday. Frank has been working incredibly hard. He's been working with the district for a number of months now in the business office. He was able to pick up without much of a hitch, but it has been a huge lift, and that office working very hard through tomorrow to get that budget uploaded. Board members have had opportunities to sit down and meet in small groups to go over all the pieces of the budget as it currently exists, and it is a moving target. They're trying to get it into the best shape possible by the time we have our formal adoption date for the budget, the vote happening on May 4th. And finally, we have a lot of folks who have emailed expressing their concerns and thoughts on Ritzer Field. And Ritzer Field has been sort of on ice this month because we have just been working real hard on the budget. However, at the beginning of this month, we did get some information back from the state with regard to how much debt service aid would be provided for those projects. So that is looking at Ritzer Field, the Maplewood Middle School Auditorium, and the South Orange Middle School Auditorium. And I can announce the auditoriums were deemed fully eligible for state funding. So the state assists at 40% for the cost of those programs. So the eligible cost for the MMS auditorium was $2.2 million, and the Psalms auditorium is $900,000. So both of those would be eligible for full 40% state aid. For Ritzer, the determination was, by happenstance, part of the program, the pieces were eligible, part of the pieces were ineligible. It was almost exactly 50-50 cost-wise. So of the $7.7 million that were submitted, $4 million were eligible and $3.7 million were ineligible. So that would mean, as of right now, we would get state aid in the amount of debt service aid, the amount of $2.86 million for those projects together. So the board is going to be sitting down and looking at what the next steps may be for those pieces of the project, and we'll report back. Any questions or comments? Paul. Board Member Stefan.
Thank you. Could the district consider doing some type of field maintenance for Ritzer, aeration or irrigation, as the spring season comes up and as the larger Ritzer project is is a little bit stalled right now. Can we at least look at that to try to do a little something for the fields in the near term?
Yeah, we do that regularly. So that field's aerated every year. That's been in our budget for quite some time. Yeah, the field is, you can do a lot to that field, but it's very difficult to, it's a tough field to deal with. But it is, I promise you, Tom, as you remember, Tom aerated it before he left. Our former director did that work. Henry now has the responsibility of doing that work. So it is done. I do get some emails, and I think we received them, as the board received them as well, about covers that we don't have those covers. I don't think they've ever belonged to the district. We can't find the organization that they did belong to. But yeah, we'll continue to do the spring maintenance that we normally do. We're also doing some spring maintenance over at Underhill as well, for the baseball fields over there as well.
Yeah, Board Member Callahan.
Regarding Ritzer, and just to build on what Board Member Stefan said, I know we had also gotten some emails about some of the pits that were dug to do some testing. So just if the community could just have an update on the status of those in the interim period as well.
Yeah, so the company's coming and they're starting to fill in those digs currently. We notified them, I think it's a couple weeks ago, so they've been filling them in.
Yes, Board Student Representative Strokoff.
Do we have a date to vote if we're going to turf Ritzer yet?
We do not have a date, so the board would need to regroup with these figures and determine the path forward to a resolution. The next step for a public vote would be a resolution recommending to the Board of School Estimate that they approve a bond issuance to pay for the cost of that program. So we do not yet have that in place right now, and we're still figuring out what the path would be for that.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of back and forth with Ritzer, but if you look at the common themes is that field needs to be upgraded, plain and simple. Our student athletes deserve it, our phys ed students deserve it, our kids during lunchtime deserve it. And it's been a topic of conversation now before my time, going on close to 9 years at this point, and the patience of many people are growing thin, especially our student athletes who might have started on this journey as freshmen and now are graduating college, and the field looks exactly the same. So I could promise you we're working on that project, and hopefully we'll provide our students with what they deserve in regards to facilities, especially our Ritzer field.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? No? Okay, with that, we're going to move over to our business administrator update. Mr. Servils is appearing us virtually tonight. Oh, sure. Should we do the minutes now? Let's do the minutes now. I love that idea. Great. So I would like to seek a motion to approve the minutes from our board retreat on February 12th, 2026, and our board meeting and executive session from the regular meeting on February 26th of 2026. Do I hear a motion? Board Member Callahan. Do I have a second? Board Member Sackett-Gable. Show of hands, all in favor? Unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Gallatin. And now I'm going to shift over to our interim BA for an update.
Okay. Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. So, thanks for having me on in the introduction. I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who has been more than gracious to me stepping in. Again, best wishes to Amani for everything that he's going through, and I hope to provide some stability and some continuity, and just to help the district. If you heard me on Tuesday night, like this is us working together to try and get through not the best situation, but I think that my background and the ability, the fact that I was actually working in the back end of the district is huge, because I had access to the systems and I had a basic understanding of the budget, and I was able to kind of hit the ground somewhat running. The timing was couldn't have been worse, and the last 3 weeks have just been an absolute whirlwind. but we are in the final stages of being able to submit a tentative budget by the deadline of tomorrow. We were joking out. We have all our little edits out. We have all of our stuff ready to go. We'll add some stuff in the morning and hopefully, do all of our checklists and be able to submit that in. So I just want to thank everybody, the business office staff, the board, the SLT. Everybody's been more than welcoming, having me come into the district. I don't know how they'll feel 2 months from now, but at least for now, it's a nice welcome. The smallest bit about me, I retired about 5 years ago, but prior to that, I spent my entire career working in the business office of schools. I graduated right from college and started doing accounting work directly for a school system. I was an assistant business administrator and became a business administrator in 1993. And from 1993 until 2021, I sat in that chair in a number of districts in Bergen and Passaic County. I did the math in my head one time, and I've probably been a participant in probably more than 800 Board of Education meetings. And we could probably throw another 400 or 500 committee meeting negotiation meetings over the course of my career. So I've been through a lot, and it's probably why I retired at an early age. I took an early retirement and got out of the business. So for the past 5 years, I've been helping school districts just with projects and overload and gaps and vacancies. And I'm happy to help in any way that I can. With that said, the budget, the meeting tonight, there's all real standard stuff on the agenda. We have a carryover application for one of our federal grants for IDEA. We have a towing agreement. We have approval to hire a consultant to help us with some procurement. We have a significant amount of procurement that's due this spring. There's also recent legislation that precludes every school district from using a lot of service vendors that work on a time and materials basis that were procured through a co-op. Legislation has found that districts can no longer procure services through a co-op on a time and materials basis. So we have to address that. And just with the shortages and everything going on, the gentleman that we're looking to hire is pretty much the go-to person in the state for this type of work. So he can help to provide some back end and help us to recreate some of our RFPs and specifications with the hope that they'll be a lot tighter and we'll get better pricing and be able to control our vendors a little bit better. We do have something on the agenda to approve our construction manager for another month, really through no fault of either the contractor or the architect or any of the professionals, just really delays in the delivery of materials, most namely the lockers at the high school. We need another month to finish that project. It's my understanding that flooring was going down this week. Lockers are supposed to start next week, and they're supposed to take 2 weeks, and we'll clean up. And the hope is that we will turn that locker room back over to the district by April. There's also a little bit of work that needs to be done in the middle school. I actually haven't physically been on site, so I'm trying to get down next week to get on site to see the Ritzer turf and to see the facilities and to meet a lot of the staff in person. So I'm looking forward to that. I also wanted to really commend the board on the board certification process. I sat through it with the previous board, and it's a commitment. It's a commitment for individual board members, and it's a commitment for all the training and all the staff. And I think it makes the board. I think it makes the board better. So kudos to the board for doing that and for achieving the certification. It's no small feat, because we're all really busy and you're volunteering your time, and it takes a lot of additional time to meet those requirements that they're asking. So since I was hired 2 days ago, I don't have a whole lot more to report. So I would keep it short and, open myself up as the meeting goes on to any questions that might come up.
Thank you very much, Frank. Any questions, comments? Board Member Steffen.
So this is my first rodeo in terms of budget development. And on Tuesday, as you know, there were a lot of questions, concerns, requests for analyses and things raised by all of us. And maybe this isn't a question for you, Mr. Cervels, but somebody else, what's the process for us getting that information? Should I be looking at FFT notes? Is it done by email? How does this work?
So what I would answer that is, we are definitely, we're a little bit behind the eight ball with the approval of the tentative budget. And, after the budget got approved, we really were scrambling just to get the budget into the county. Once we approve that budget, the budget needs to meet, I don't know how many checkpoints and pass edits and pass county review. So, for me, tomorrow after we get that budget submitted into the county, we'll then be circling back and trying to address these concerns and address some of the questions that have been raised. A lot of those questions will be raised just because I need to get my hands into it a little bit more and get to understand the budget a little bit more. It's a $200 million budget, so we're not talking about a small operation. So as we continue through the process, we'll continue that open dialogue. I'll make myself as available as I can, with the understanding that, we're trying to get information out to as many people as possible and to give a clear presentation of what the budget includes and what it doesn't include, and, the impact on taxpayers and all of that information. So, I'm comfortable that we will get there, and we'll get the board to a place where they'll feel comfortable about the budget. That's kind of something that I've think I told the board on Tuesday, and I'll continue to say that. I'll do my best to help you to get through this.
Thank you, and I really do appreciate you jumping in and all the work you've done just in the last short period of time. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you so much. We're going to move on at this point to our first hearing of individuals and delegations. We thank you for coming in person and joining us online this evening, and for your patience. We value public comment at our board meetings, and while we can't engage in a dialogue with you, we do take your comments very seriously, and your input will inform our work. Our comment period is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker will have 3 minutes. I ask that you begin by please stating your name and your town. We're going to have our students first, and we have a few here. First, I'm going to ask Caroline Shaw to come up. And just make sure you push the button to turn your microphone on.
Okay. Hi, my name is Caroline Shaw. I'm from South Orange. I'm a senior and one of the captains at the CHS track team. Recently, the track team, along with many other teams at CHS, has faced significant uncertainty due to lack of communication in the athletic department and between the teams. The athletic director has implemented changes without consideration of how track and field operates. These decisions have been made in the name of creating a safer and more competitive team, but they are based on inaccurate statistics about other track programs in the area. Coaches and parents were told that the team is too large to manage and that other high school programs such as Montclair and West Orange High School have smaller teams with a coach-to-athlete ratio closer to 1:20. In reality, Montclair has over 165 athletes and a total of 5 coaches, a 1:33 ratio. And West Orange has a total of 224 athletes and 8 coaches at a 1:28 ratio. This inaccurate information has influenced the decisions made by both the athletic department and the Board of Education. Had the track and field coaches and athletes been part of this conversation, the recently proposed cuts to the team would not have caused such instability. Instead, premature conclusions and hasty actions reflect a concerning pattern. What I find even more frustrating is the inconsistent and contradictory justifications provided to the athletes and parents. One of the most prominent justifications is the intention to make CHS sports more elite. This district does not offer sports programs to the middle or elementary school levels. As a result, making high school sports more exclusive will disproportionately impact students who cannot afford private coaching or to participate in club sports before reaching high school. Columbia athletics is often students' first introduction to organized team sports. It is unrealistic to expect these students to reach a high level of performance before they have even had the opportunity to train on a school team, unless they have had access to outside resources. Just a few weeks ago, when our head coaches' contracts were in question, we found ourselves in a rush to respond. We had less than 24 hours to send emails, organize our thoughts, and present at the Board of Education meeting. Fortunately, our voices were heard and they were reinstated. At the meeting, we called for more open communication within the athletic department. We left with the assurance that our concerns were being taken seriously and that meaningful steps would be taken to improve transparency. I'm disappointed, though not surprised, to say that communication and transparency has not improved. At the last meeting, I mentioned that seniors on the winter track and field team paid $65 for banners. To date, those banners still have not been received, and none of the senior families have been reimbursed. And unfortunately, seniors did not get to see their banners hung up like every other CHS team. I do hope that I do not have to be sitting here in a few months talking about the spring track team banners. Each sport requires a unique combination of resources, space, and time to function effectively. There is no quick fix to the challenges facing CHS athletics as a whole, and I'm hopeful that this new athletic advisory committee will be the first step in creating a consistent, open, and honest communication between the athletic department and teams. And I hope that you, as the Board of Ed, will ensure that our voices are taken seriously.
Thank you, Caroline. Next, we have Elizabeth Leahy.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Leahy. I'm from South Orange. I'm a junior and captain on the Columbia track and cross country team. Recently, an email was sent out in reference to the future of sports at Columbia, claiming that it was the goal of both the athletic director and the superintendent to see Columbia refocus on elite-level competition and results, and that selection and participation on teams would be based on high-level performance. This came only weeks after not permitting the track coaches to accompany their athletes to the most high-level high school meet in the country. One day later, Principal Sanchez and the athletic director sent out a mental health toolkit PDF, stating that it is not performance or statistics that define an athlete, but the work that they put in. Inconsistencies such as this suggest not only a lack of concrete end goals, but also a lack of coordination between administrators. This is not a one-off situation, but rather a trend with the athletic department. There has been lacking or immensely delayed communication on the topic of every concern brought to the athletic director's attention, often leaving teams without the proper resources or answers for months and impacting their seasons. It is clear that Coach Winstead needs further support and interference from the board in order to create a more successful program. We would like to know what the ideas are, how the board plans on supporting the AD as she takes on increased responsibility through boosters while she currently struggles to fulfill her typical duties, what resources and supports will be offered to her, what support will be offered to teams so that they know what they entrust in her to do will be accomplished. We are grateful that the district is taking steps towards trying to improve the Columbia sports culture, such as with the new Athletics Advisory Committee. However, there is still the concern that the same inconsistencies will remain, and we want the board to take a role in ensuring that promises of fairness, inclusion, and proper planning are followed through on. Moving forward, we hope that there can be a clear and open line of communication between the superintendent and board, the athletic director, and captains of Columbia teams in order to ensure that student input is heard and plans are made, as well as goals are understood. No team is trying to avoid the necessity of rules or commitment. However, we can recognize that the fast turnaround of temporary fixes and plans are not the most effective way to support programs that are expected to function at such a high level. We do not need urgent progress for the sake of change. We want concrete, long-lasting plans that consider the consistent input of student athletes and the well-being of programs through communication, deliberate end goals, and proper execution of necessary steps. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Katie Calhoun.
I'm Katie Calhoun from South Orange. I'm a sophomore from Columbia who runs on the track team. First, I would like to thank the district for not following through with the proposed cuts to the track team. For context, last Friday, we were informed that our coaches were being forced by the athletic department to cut our team down to 100 athletes. In response, we protested, as the cuts would have risked the health of the remaining athletes, the future of the team, and the family that had been created over years. In response to our protests, we were presented with a solution that really raised more issues. The athletic department has told us that instead of following through with the cuts, we will now have 2 practice groups who each practice for only an hour and 15 minutes each. Not only is there not enough time to complete our workouts, but it shrinks our practice nearly in half. Beyond that, our coaches would be forced to work longer hours while still receiving the same pay. However, this is more than just the track team. Up until 2 weeks ago, I was also a member of the varsity girls lacrosse team here at Columbia, which has also been a victim of poor oversight. The team was in need of a new coach earlier this year, and the job applications were submitted in October. However, the athletic department did not start interviewing until around January, and ultimately the first job search was inconclusive. This left the team with no coach and only a month left until the season started. The team was not able to meet their coach until 3 days before the season started. This left the entire program in jeopardy and many athletes questioning if the school would even be able to have a team. We live in a world where teen mental health is becoming increasingly important, specifically in our district. Sports are a great outlet for lots of students and have been proven to be beneficial for youth mental health. However, when our teams are being mistreated, left in a period of uncertainty, and specifically when we are told that 1 in 3 of us on the track team are being cut after we have already made the team, it is extremely damaging to our overall well-being. My question for the Board of Education is this: do we at Columbia Athletics want to build an athletic environment that is not defined by playing time, stats, wins and losses, or scholarships, as referenced earlier by Elizabeth, or an environment where we take opportunities away from athletes and directly contradict the priority of mental health because we are an elite program? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Levi Faber-Queen, and I hope I got that right.
Yeah, you got it right. So my name is Levi, and I'm a junior, and I'm also a captain on Columbia's cross country and track and field team. I know that many of you guys are aware of the troubles of what Coach Winstead has put the track team through. And I know that many of you, Coach Winstead often argues that we strive for excellence, but she fails to see that our team was the most successful before she came along. Last spring, we had one of the top track and field teams in the state. We had 2 graduates go off to run at Division I colleges and a graduate run a Division II college. We had a relay team go to the state meet and bring back 8 medals. Our team placed 5th at Nike Cross Regionals, which included 178 teams from every state in the Northeast. And we also had an athlete run the #1 time in the state for all sophomores across the 800-meter distance. Since Coach Winstead has joined as the new athletic director, we've had to come up with a new solution or hit every curveball that she's thrown us. Over the years, the track team's media days only charged seniors around $50 for their senior banner. This year, however, the team's media day costed each team $500, and Coach Winstead refused to tell anybody where that money went. The CHS Photography Club, which generously stayed all day to take photos for over 100 athletes across all of the winter sports teams, is an unpaid group, so the money couldn't have gone to them. Additionally, many seniors on the team never received their banners. Despite Coach Winstead walking around the gym on media day, taking envelopes with cash and even loose change from many seniors. The disrespect given to many of these seniors who didn't receive their banner photo after working their entire high school careers is unreal. The unprofessional attitude expressed by Coach Winstead towards the track team by firing both of our head coaches in the week before in the week between 2 state championship meets is unreal. Yet, even with our coaches being back, it's clear to see that this will continue to happen, hence the recent threat of cutting 1/3 of the team. The track and field and cross country teams, along with all other teams at Columbia, deserve an athletic director who can ensure safety, efficiency, and organization for their team. And we strongly urge you guys to reconsider who should be fulfilling this role. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next, we have Jeremy Crawford.
Hello, my name's Jeremy Crawford. I'm a junior from Maplewood. I'm a track and field captain. I've been part of the team for as long as I've been in high school. I've had the privilege of interacting with many parts of our school administration due to my sister's health complications, and during that time, I've witnessed an incredible level of professionalism from every single member of the administration in this district. That is, except for the athletic director. Because my team has already done a great job explaining what she has done to our team as a whole, but there are many, many specific examples of things that she has done to individuals. For example, during the winter season, she told one of our captains, "Columbia High School used to be such a great team. What happened to you guys?" as a school that professes that they care much about our athletes' mental health, I find it ridiculous that someone who is supposed to be nurturing our athletes could go to a student and say that. She does not communicate adequately with our team, which has caused panic on multiple occasions. When our coaches were fired without warning, we had people texting in group chats the night before the board meeting, trying to figure out what had happened. When she didn't tell our coaches in advance about roster limit changes, we had freshmen finding out on their own that there could be cuts to the team. Lord knows where they heard it. And I had freshmen coming up to me who had never played a sport before in their life, who had made the team off of their own hard work, coming up to me asking me, am I going to be cut? What is happening? And none of us knew. She emailed every single person vaguely related to the track team at the exact same time about her new solution to the coach-to-athlete ratio. This includes people who had already been cut from the team and people who were never on the team in the first place. She also did not communicate with our head coach about this issue before sending the email to everybody. Every single team at the school that uses the buses that she is in charge of has had multiple buses arrive late and not arrive, or have not enough buses, leading to some teams, like I've heard of lacrosse, having to fit 65 people into one school bus with all of their bags and sitting on the bus for hours and hours. That is ridiculous, and you cannot expect anybody to perform well at a tournament under those conditions. And when the buses are late, that takes away time for sports like us to warm up because we cannot race properly without our time to warm up. There's a lot more things that she's done, but for brevity's sake, I'm going to end here with 2 questions specifically for the superintendent. First of all, do you care about your student athletes? Second of all, how many times do we have to bring up these issues with the person that you have employed before you realize that she does not care about our team, or any team for that matter? Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Aiden Kleinman.
Hi, my name is Aiden Kleinman. I'm a junior and the varsity lacrosse goalie. I'm here speaking on behalf of the entire Columbia boys lacrosse program about the impact Ms. Winstead has had on our team. We understand and appreciate that the role of the athletic director is to streamline and equalize resources across all sports. However, instead of making things easier for our program, her decisions have often made it more difficult for our team to function effectively. The most significant issue is transportation. During my freshman year, we had 2 buses, one for varsity and one for JV. Now, despite having a larger roster of about 50 players, along with all of our equipment, we are expected to fit onto a single bus. This leads to cramped seating, players sitting on laps, even in the aisles, and gear packed into every available space. After long rides, we arrive overheated, uncomfortable, and stressed before the games even begin, which impacts our performance. Having only one bus also affects academics because both teams travel together. JV players are forced to leave school earlier than necessary, usually missing an entire class. And at the same time, varsity players, especially upperclassmen like me with demanding workloads, must stay and wait for JV games to finish before returning home, taking hours of time from homework and studying. Another major concern is the delay in communication and receiving equipment. Our coach submitted an order for new goals and uniforms back in October, and then it took all the way till the second week of January for her to call him clarifying sizes, meaning that she hadn't ordered them yet. And she then notified us that they wouldn't arrive until late April, more than halfway through the season, and the seniors had to take their banner photos with our old jerseys. Lastly, we are gravely concerned about the recent directive that all booster-related activities will now be coordinated through the athletic director's office. The efficiency and success of the lacrosse program is largely due to the work of the lacrosse boosters. They fundraise, engage our parent community, and respond quickly to our team's needs. After hearing about frustrations from most teams at Columbia, it is clear that the athletic director needs to first do the job she has before she is given more responsibility. The boys lacrosse team and every athletic program at Columbia deserves an athletic director who ensures teams can operate safely and efficiently while allowing student athletes to compete at a high level without compromising their academic responsibilities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So we have a few more in person, but I want to prioritize our students. We have one online public speaks from Margaret Doran Paley. Is Ms. Doran Paley available?
I'm a parent and I have her written thing. Is that possible?
You know,
She was unwell today.
no, that's fine. If I can have you wait, we prioritize students so they can get home for homework. Yep.
Sure.
Thank you so much. All right, our next will be Donald Connolly.
Donald Connolly, South Orange.
Any other students or we're all good?
So I can't speak on behalf of my daughter?
No, you could.
Okay. Okay.
Any other students?
Okay, go ahead.
Am I good to go?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, so I recognize you've heard a lot from the track team today, or the issues regarding the athletic director. And I wanted to point out that the issues with the AD are wider than just the track team. So I'm a parent of a wrestler, and there's 5 things I wanted to point out that we've certainly experienced with the AD this year. Connolly, thank you. Okay. The first one is lack of any attention to a schedule. We've had issues where wrestlers have attended events and they haven't been registered. Lack of any busing. There's been issues where we as parents have had to drive our children to wrestling events because no buses have arrived. Hiring and not paying our coaches. We had the first female coach in the history of the school, still not paid. Our senior coach, who came in at the last minute, still not paid. Equipment. We have 55 wrestlers, which is a record, including 6 female wrestlers, which is more than we had last year. It's terrific. They don't have any equipment. Didn't get any net new uniforms. And then there is a complete and total lack of responsiveness to any parent emails to the AD, right? She committed at one point to a 48-hour response time, which you had mentioned earlier on. I sent her email last June about getting assistant coaches into the wrestling program. She still hasn't responded. Finally, and I think this is important, her inability or refusal to communicate to anyone makes me question the decision to have her manage the boosters, right? And to manage the boosters, your ability to communicate is the job. She can't communicate and she won't communicate. So I don't think that's fair to her because she's clearly not able to communicate. It is clearly unfair on the parents and the children who spent 3 hours here waiting to speak, are committed to the program, are committed to doing the right thing by our student athletes, that's the way they're being treated. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, do we have Elizabeth Putra?
I'm giving it my.
Oh, all right. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. Were you written down separately or you just?
Sure.
Come on up, please.
It's her words, I'm just saying.
Very good. I appreciate it.
Okay, so this is from Margaret Doran Paley, my daughter, and from Maplewood. She says, hello, my name is Maggie Doran Paley. I'm a junior, and I have been a part of Columbia High School track and field since freshman year for both the winter and spring seasons. Track is and always has been an incredible community and a fun end to the school day. I would not be where I am now in my life without the community and support that track has given me. I have built incredible friendships in my runner peers and have found amazing mentors in my coaches. They all know me well as an athlete, as a person, and about the things I have overcome as a runner and in my personal life. While I can only speak fully from my experience as a sprinter, every day at practice, Coach McCombs, the sprint coach, takes care to explain good running form, help people with starts, give tips for stretches, and give individual help when he notices something or he is asked. If I were to go to Coach Carluccio, Coach Simon, Coach Johnson, or Coach B about anything to do with my personal training, all of them would help me out. Not only would they be able to answer my questions as a coach, but they would be able to answer specifically to me as a runner, because they have all taken the time to get to know me, just as they have with all of the other athletes, no matter how many there are. I believe that while track may be bustling with a lot of people at Underhill at once, it is not an environment that is unmanageable for the ratio of athletes to coaches that we have. Track is the most rewarding when you are running with a group of peers, all experiencing the same workout at the same time as you. Because track is not a team sport in the same way that sports like lacrosse, field hockey, and football are, feeling like a team is integral to the sport as a whole. Splitting up practice times takes away some of that team aspect, which could affect how meets go, how relay events are looked at, how the team energy is, and the sense of community that track brings. I also believe that before a decision is made to split the team into A and B teams, each with different practice times that are shorter than the practices we have now, the people making that decision should actually see a practice to decide on whether or not the problem the team division is solving is a problem the team actually has. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ben Vitale.
Okay, change the subject, I'm sorry. I just have a letter there that's been signed by 270 members of the community that I wanted you to see. You've already seen. I think you've already seen a preliminary version of it, and people are still signing. So this is about security, as usual, sorry, about the Raptor visitor management system. You know, we found out that contrary to what you were probably told by the vendor told me that the system does store data in the cloud. And, you know, sometimes I wonder if this is a solution looking for a problem. You know, we prefer human security. And one of the reasons we like that is because when you hire people, you know, who sets the policy? Well, you do, and Mr. Morgan does, and Superintendent Bing does. When you hire one of these big ed tech companies, they set the policy. And you know, that's not ideal. I understand that you need to use technology to save money and to do a good job, but we need to think about these issues, right? So you want to print a badge, okay, that's great. I think that's a great idea for security. Do you really need a log? Well, okay, maybe you want a log, maybe you need a log. Do you need that log to be on a computer? Why exactly, you know? Okay, maybe you want it to be on a computer. Well, do you need that computer to be on a network? Probably you don't, but if you want it to be on a network, you need that to be on the internet, right? And you can see how it goes. Do you need that internet log to be run by a big Silicon Valley cloud company that's a venture capital startup? Okay, that's another question. So, you know, in 2008 and 2011, the Department of Education amended FERPA, student privacy rules, to allow these ed tech companies to act as school officials. And that's sort of, we opened Pandora's box, right? So now we have Google Classroom, we have Canvas, we have PowerSchool, we have all these things. I'm not going to ask you not to use cloud software. That would be crazy. PowerSchool is very useful, although it did get hacked. And it's going to get hacked again. So when you use this cloud software, the district needs to start thinking very carefully about what information it puts on what systems. That's just the way it is. And security applications are sensitive. You know, you're tracking the location of a person at a specific time. And in the present national context, with people getting kidnapped off the street and stifling of dissent, these concerns are acute and urgent, and that's why 270 people signed that petition. There are other school districts in the country that just have policies in place that make something like Raptor just a non-starter right from the start. It doesn't even, you know, it's not even, can't even be on the table. Most districts don't have policies like that, but a few other districts, you know, decided to float this thing, and they actually reversed course after community pressure and concern. So I hope that you will reconsider.
Thank you, Ben. Next up, we have Dr. Khadijah Costley-White.
I'm sure I still have crumbs on me from dinner, but I ran out of bedtime to come down here, talk to you guys. I'm not a politician, just a community member. I am here representing Soma Justice. Erica could not be here tonight. She would have been here representing Soma Action. We are very concerned about the Raptor system and the implications for immigrants, but I have to kind of talk as a scholar, right? So there's this experiment that's famous. You get taught this experiment when you're a grad student. First thing, right? It's supposed to be your lesson in ethics and like the stuff you're really not supposed to do, right? And the story goes, this Yale psychologist brought a bunch of people into a room and he told them to press a button anytime they got a wrong answer, right? People have heard of this, right? The Milgram experiment. And when they pressed that button, they would hear the person screaming. And he told them, well, we're shocking them, right? And they kept shocking the person, even as the distress got worse and worse and worse until the point that they could have killed the person on the other side. Now, as scholars, we're not allowed to do that anymore because the people who were pressing the button experienced a lot of anguish. But there's an overall lesson about that whole experiment, which is about bureaucracy and what happens with authority, and that people start to listen and conform in groups. Especially, there's a theory around conformity that when people feel like they don't have enough information in a group, they just kind of defer, right? They defer the expertise, they defer the ability to think through who's getting hurt on the other side of that wall, right, when they press the button. You guys are pressing a button on surveillance that is unnecessary. We have technology in the school that now alerts kids to their birth dates when they come in and says happy birthday when they swipe into the system. We are putting in Raptor technology right now that will take driver's license of parents, including immigrant parents, including undocumented parents, including parents who might not want their information or personal information popping up on a screen, and we're storing that for no reason. If this is about security, you have people that we pay good money when we're firing teachers to sit at doors all day to watch who comes in and out of a building. They can photocopy. If you want to store licenses for some reason, they can photocopy them and keep them at their desk. But there's no need to put in a system where you are making people endangered. A man just died in one of Trump's concentration camps from a tooth rotting in his head. So it's really easy to press the button, you know, on these things. Sign a pen, sign a signature, stroke of a pen, and not think about the implications of what you're doing. And so I'm asking you, as we deliver this petition to you, to think. It's easy. It costs money anyway. We need to save it. So just like, think, okay? Please, I hope you read the petition. Thanks.
Dr. White?
Thank you.
Dr. White? Yes. You've made me feel very old by mentioning the Milgram study.
Yes, early 60s. Yes, yes.
I remember, well.
Don't do them at home, kids. Not allowed.
Next, we have Todd Illingsworth.
Good evening. Todd Illingworth, resident of Maplewood. I'm a graduate of class of '88, this institution. Third generation. God willing, my daughter will be fourth. I can't tell you how upset I was when my daughter was competing in nationals, Nike Indoor Nationals, and her coach was not allowed to attend. I'm in good communication with two of the coaches. One of them, actually three of them. One of them was an official, so she was disqualified. She was officiating. That makes sense. The other coach had to work. That made sense. The third, one of the other coaches I'm not too familiar with. But the one guy that could have been there and supported these three girls in the 4x200 was for some reason banned. I don't understand that. This year, yeah. Nike Indoor Nationals, week and a half ago. How much better could those kids have done with this right support? They went together in one car with a family. I took the train in because I wanted them to be together as a team. And I told those girls, I said, look, life isn't fair. Go kick some butt. That cannot stand. A coach should not be penalized because of the incompetence of someone that's above them. I do not understand why this person is still employed. Okay? I did my time on that field out there, Ritzer. I got the shin splints to prove it. I would never let this woman write a recommendation for my daughter for college. Bob Curcio wrote my recommendation to get me in school. To this day, I thank him for that. I don't know where it went wrong, how it went south, but something's got to change, okay? I've heard it from multiple athletes, a lot of kids. They are not happy. And if this person can't do the job, either get them help or get them out. It's that simple. It's not a hard thing to solve. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a few folks online. First, Matthew Fink.
That community member is not online.
Next, we have Jurga Marshall.
That community member is not online.
Oh,
In person.
welcome.
I must have clicked something wrong. I'm Jurga Marshall. I am from South Orange, and I was at the meeting, last BOE meeting, February 26th. I was here to speak in support of the track and field coaches. However, I also noted at that time that chaos that we were experiencing in track and field was not isolated. I noted that these issues have been widespread across multiple sports, and I also asked the district to consider holding a cross-sport town hall so the parents and the student athletes could ask questions and hear how the district planned to begin repairing this erosion in trust that has resulted from repeated problems within the athletic department. I'm back tonight, unfortunately, because there have been no signs that trust is being repaired. In fact, things have worsened. The AD's recent attempt to institute cuts after announcing the team only added to the ongoing confusion. And while Mr. Bing's letter that followed shortly may have looked well-intentioned to an outsider, to those us dealing with these inconsistencies, it felt inaccurate, inflammatory, and dismissive. The letter shifted blame onto the coaches and the parents and ignored the long-standing failures of the athletic department. Mr. Bing also stated that the Boosters Club inconsistencies require all activities to now go through the AD's office. But this overlooks the main issue that families have been raising for months. The AD's office does not communicate with us. Parents want coordination and clarity if only anyone responded to our emails. Mr. Bing closed his letter by saying the priority is to provide a safe, disciplined, elite environment for our student athletes. Unfortunately, that is not the experience families are having. What we see is an effort to blame coaches and parents, cover athletic department shortfalls, and protect the AD rather than support the athletes. At this point, unfortunately, I have doubts in Mr. Bing's sincerity to address these issues. So I'm turning to you, the elected members of this board, to step in and please require real action, accountability, and plan to repair the athletic department. Our students, parents, and coaches deserve stability, appropriate communication, and leadership that we can trust. And I hope this is the last BOE meeting in a very long time that I'm attending. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think lastly, we have Jessica Miller online.
Good evening. First of all, I need to sing the praises of our students. I love to hear their self-advocacy, and I agree with them. They're a good reminder that something really works here. For those of us who are adults and responsible for setting an example, we need to tell the truth. I live across the street, and Ritzer Field has not received deep core aeration or reseeding since I can remember. It is terrible to deprive maintenance on a district facility to push an agenda of an overly priced project. Being in a budget crisis requires prudent and careful choices. Maintain the field, get it going over spring break by aerating, reseeding, and top dressing with compost. Our student athletes deserve that. I request Mr. Bing to publish the maintenance log for Ritzer on the district site tomorrow, and I ask for this board to insist on this accountability. The turf blankets belong to South Orange, and their DPW knows how to deploy them. Why did no one ask to use them? The student athletes deserve the bare minimum of maintenance, and that's not done. I will echo one of our student speakers. Do you care about your student athletes?
Thank you, Jessica. And that concludes our first public speaks. We will now move on to our committee reports. And so first up, I think much of the work our board does happens in committees. The results are brought to the board meeting for action. Detailed minutes of each committee meeting are posted on our website, and we encourage you to review them. We'll now hear from the chairs of each of our committees with a few brief highlights from this month's meetings. And we will start with Finance, Facilities, and Technology. Board Member Nair.
Thank you. Okay. Shall I go ahead? Okay. Okay, so the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee met on March 18th, and we primarily focused on two topics. Most importantly, the formulation of the 2026-2027 budget. A few highlights from that discussion I'll point out, and this was covered at the preliminary budget adoption meeting we had as a full board a couple of days ago. Mr. Servels presented the budget, and he noted that the general fund, or the operating portion of the budget, overall increases by 2.27% over the current fiscal year. Our state aid has increased by 6%, and our local tax levy, in order to cover operating expenses, is expected to be 5.63%. Revenues also included about $9.4 million from excess surplus in 2024 and 2025. Our appropriations are $174 million, and the district has been working hard on identifying areas where we can make some structural changes that will have a long-term impact in right-sizing our budget. And that includes areas such as transportation, custodial services, and optimizing class sizes by analyzing over and under staffing relative to class size maximums and contractual teacher workload across the buildings. We have been in a tough budgetary environment for the last few years, and that is something we talked about. We talked about the fact that we've been relying heavily on savings over the last couple of years to basically kind of close the gap between expenses and revenues, which has led to a depletion of our general fund, which is or fund balances, which is our savings. And this is really the situation we've been calling the fiscal cliff. And in order to right-size this, we are going to have to make some difficult choices, some of which we've begun to look at in the upcoming fiscal year, and we will continue to do that as a district going forward. Other than the budget, we also talked about a little bit about our capital projects. Mr. Servels actually put together an analysis of the use of bond proceeds and the different projects that were approved in the 2019 board resolution. We've asked for additional information on these on capital projects and the available bond proceeds in a future board presentation after the budget's done. So those are the two highlights from FFT.
Any questions? Hearing none, we'll move on to special services. Board Member Callahan.
Great, thank you. The Special Services Committee met on March 19th. All board members were in attendance with Ms. Jessica Maria and Superintendent Bing. We were first joined by CPAC President Nicole Josie, who shared that members were appreciative of the renewed focus in the district on mental health. We also clarified paraprofessional pay questions, reinforced school-based communication when teacher changes occur, and got confirmation that within the budget that Board Member Nair just spoke about, that no legally mandated services will be affected by our budget posture. We moved into review of our district and board goals related to special services. The first one is about strengthening academic culture and climate through collaborative learning. And in support of this goal, C&I and special services teams collaborated to provide a parent webinar on accommodations and modifications in the classroom, reflecting an effort to build some shared understanding with our district families and increase equitable access to instruction and strengthening that homeschool partnership. We also spent a great deal of time in discussion around the budget, which is both a board goal and currently the season that we are in. The committee engaged in a robust discussion on the district's multi-pronged approach to reducing our paraprofessional spend while still maintaining strong student support this past year. The efforts involved in that included standardized data-informed approval process, which was embedded in discussions with families during IEP meetings, improving staff capacity through collaborative problem solving, and increased BCBA support and ongoing collaboration with administrators, and then in our committee, having a month-to-month budget monitoring of that spend. We also discussed the upcoming RFP process for select services, including paraprofessionals, and the district's review of related service spending to ensure provider time is maximized. Finally, as Superintendent Bing said during the preliminary budget hearing earlier this week, protecting mental health and special education remained a key guardrail in budget development. And for that, I am deeply grateful, so thank you. In alignment with that commitment, the district is prioritizing opening a middle school emotional regulation impairment classroom at the middle school level next year, expanding enrollment in ASD classrooms, and building out our 18 through 21 transition program at CHS. Our next meeting of this committee is scheduled for April 16th. There's a full recap on the website, and I am open to questions if there are any. Yes, Jeff.
I have a comment on
Yeah.
relates to FFT and special services. When we go through budget season, we usually raise concerns about things that are actually not going well for the district, cuts we have to make, spending we have to defer. Cost drivers, et cetera. But I do want to highlight something has been going well with the budget last few years. When I was on the board the first time in the early 2010s, we were always very concerned about the cost of out-of-district tuition, which at the time was increasing faster than the rest of the budget. That took up a lot of the board's attention. But I do want to raise for the public that for the last few years, out-of-district tuition has been very stable, and it actually is something we can take comfort from. For instance, the last few years, really going back to 2018-19, out-of-district tuition has fluctuated in the $13 to $14 million range. It actually peaked at $15 million in 2019-20. For this current year, 25-26, it's actually less than $13 million. And for this coming year, 26-27, it's only projected to be $13.5 billion. Also, for the first time in my memory, we have students from other towns who are being educated in our district because we have some very high quality services. That's happening a lot on the middle school level. So I do want to raise for the public's awareness that we do have some good news on the budget. Our new superintendent gets credit. His predecessors do too. I just wanted to raise that for the public. It's a contrast from my first term.
For the record, you're my favorite board member.
Any other questions? All right. The Student and Family Affairs Committee met on March 17th. In attendance were myself, board members Bennett, Higgins, and Nair, as well as our two student representatives and a tremendous array of different district employees. We addressed 4 different general areas. We addressed athletics, we addressed our intentional integration initiative, we addressed mass communication, and we addressed HIB concerns. Our athletics conversation was great. This is, I think, the first time we've had a committee in a while that was really dedicated and focused on, among other things, athletics, and it was sort of an orientation for us. We had a discussion in 2 parts. We had our student representatives join the meeting for the first 40 minutes or so, and a lot of their conversation was about athletics. Some of the concerns that we heard tonight were brought to us in a group as well, and there was a healthy dialogue between themselves and the superintendent regarding the state of athletics, the areas of growth, both as far as some of the communication issues that were raised, as well as compliance, that we've been out of compliance in a number of areas in athletics, and the goal that the district has of overhauling our athletics program to bring it into compliance and strengthen coaching, oversight, et cetera. We also were able to have Athletic Director Winstead join us later on in the meeting to discuss her view of the athletics department, some of the struggles that she sees, and things she's attempting to do to bring us on track. Some of the outcomes from it were that there is an advisory council that is being put together that's going to bring a lot of voices into a room together to work on developing the program and addressing some of the needs that were raised, redefining the athletic philosophy and creating a mission and vision for the department, as well as revising the coach's handbook, which is last been updated in 2017 to better align with state policy. With regard to III, we discussed the imminent release of our experience survey, which was changed by policy from a twice a year to once a year survey that is expected to go out toward the beginning or middle of April. And that is going to be brought, I think, given to a number of different people in the district, K through 8, I believe, getting their input on III. That'll be followed by our second survey, which we've done for the past few years, the New Jersey School Climate Improvement Survey, that also tackles some of the same climate and culture pieces. Within the experience survey, board members have been reviewing it. This is a different survey than in years past, and there were some concerns raised as far as the tone and focus of some of the questions, and so that is currently under continued review by Dr. Gilbert and his team to finalize that survey to go out at the within the next month. We also discussed the imminent change in III, in discontinuing use of III in middle school, which was a district determination, and the rationale for it and what the likely impact was going to be. There were questions raised over what the likely demographic outcome would be for that upcoming 6th grade class, which is a class that actually has gone all the way through without ever touching III and will continue to in the middle school. The district talked about some of the modeling they've done. They don't have an SES tier analysis for that grade, as they do for others before and after it, but they are using free and reduced lunch numbers to have a certain idea about how the SES would fall. There were some concerns and discussion raised over exactly how that would impact the middle school overall, and we anticipate hearing some information back from that as it goes forward. We also discussed a regulation. Regulation 5120 is being developed by the district that will articulate with immense detail exactly how the III algorithm is working as it pertains to the 26-27 school year, and that will continue to evolve. And that goes into a number of factors, including the variance, which is anticipated at this point to go from the current 5% up to perhaps 10%. Concerns were raised and discussions were had about what that impact would be, what the difference is from 5 to 10 in middle numbers. And so there was an expectation there would be continued discussions as that regulation was brought to various committees and reviewed further. With regard to mass communication, we expect there's a standard operating procedure being developed by the communications department that articulates how these communications are pushed out, emails, all calls, et cetera. Looking forward to seeing that soon. And regarding HIB concerns, there was an acknowledgement of the issues, especially with that have been raised regarding our trans students and other populations. In the middle schools, we've heard quite a bit, but there's other, throughout our district. A parent focus group is being set up to identify better some of the issues that are happening and supports that will be developed, as well as discussion of regular lessons that are being pushed into the classrooms addressing some of these pieces. More info is in our minutes. Any questions? Board Member Higgins.
It's more of a comment, but I just want to say the Student and Family Affairs Committee has been very, very powerful and very, very helpful to have people come in and speak about different areas of what's going on in the district. Being at the board level, we really have to stay at this very high position and not get in the weeds of everything. And I value that, and I've taken that from my governance training to the women's leadership training that I went to. But we are to some level, the voice of the community. So I did want to tap a little bit on athletics, mostly just to say that what I'm understanding is that there is just a lot of frustration everywhere. And what I kind of would urge everyone to do is just take a moment. I know it's frustrating, I know it's difficult, and there's a lot of change that is happening, but almost to Dr. Gilbert's point, it takes 5 years to do what he is trying to do and what the district is trying to do. So I'd almost want to encourage that we take that same approach to big changes within a department, and it's been very well thought out, sadly, I think through litigation, but in this case, I think we can do it ourselves. So I'd just like to encourage everybody to, don't close off from communication. Try to still connect with each other, because I think this SFA committee is really helping.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, moving on to personnel, Board Member Higgins.
Geez, I didn't realize I was next. Okay. So Personnel Committee. The Personnel Committee met on Monday, March 23rd at 6:30 and ended at 7:45. In attendance were board members Meredith Higgins, Bimal Kapadia, Shayna Sackett-Gable, and Malini Nair. The administrative liaisons were Superintendent Mr. Jason Bing, Assistant Superintendent Dr. Kevin Gilbert, and Director of HR Mr. Tunde Adedoyan. The committee notes are or will be made available on the SOMSD website for public consumption, but please keep in mind that there will always be items in the agenda that will be notated as confidential and will have to remain in compliance with our legal obligation as a board and a district to not share that information. The high-level points are as follows. Policies, there were no policies discussed at this time, either requested or sent by Policy and Governance. Transparency, we are aiming to put more detail into these agendas, but again, we have to be very careful about confidentiality. Every month, we will continue to recognize one or more staff members. Tonight was Emily, Kenya, and Jamie. Congratulations to their wonderful work. There is a dedicated page where anyone can nominate someone for recognition, so please use it. Let's celebrate our staff and how hard they work. Go to the SOMSD website, click on Board of Education, and then click Submit a recognition. Personnel wins and challenges. HR shared that this month has been very tough and that wins aren't often in this time of year nor in this department. This budget process has been very challenging with many varying opinions and priorities. There have been a lot of work and requests for HR to deliver data, but they have been meeting those needs and providing support for the decision-making step by step. They are doing so collaboratively and remain committed to do what's best for students within time and budget constraints. The 5-year workforce diversity plan, district goals, and personnel goals were not discussed because we're in budget season, but we received a wonderful review from Dr. Gilbert that touched on quite a few of those points. The next meeting is scheduled for Monday, April 20th at 6:30. Are there any questions?
All right, next we're going to have curriculum and instruction. Board Member Sackett-Gable.
Thank you, Board President Meyer. The C&I committee met on March 9th with all district administrators present, and our board team, vice president, I'll say it, board member, vice president, first vice president, no, it's late, Callahan, board member Kapadia, and our board president filling in for board member Brown. As always, we discussed district goals related to C&I and progress toward the third quarter metrics. Dr. Wabel presented data on Freshman Academy regarding attendance and academic outcomes. You all should have received that in the meeting minutes. There's a link to that. And in Dr. Gilbert's presentation tonight, he referenced the curriculum recommendation to create enrichment and acceleration opportunities. So aligned with that, at our meeting, we discussed gifted action plans, also known as GAP plans, and we heard about how content area supervisors are developing a hub of instructional resources really focused on depth and complexity on various topics to support teachers and strengthen GAP implementation in the classroom. The committee didn't have any further discussion on related policies for this month. Regarding next year's budget, Ms. Bodner told us about how she reviewed 3 years of CNI spending data and used that information in budget discussions with supervisors. Title II funding will continue to support professional development. As reflected in the budget presentation, some textbook purchases will be delayed by a year, while others will be phased in over time, such as by grade level, to avoid absorbing the full cost at once. I do want to note that while meeting minutes provide an update on the elementary dual language program, that program has since been tabled for next school year in light of our budget constraints. And our next meeting is April 13th at 6:30, and you can read more on the website.
Any questions? Board Member Bennett.
I was wondering if the CNI committee discussed about what percentage of our students have GAPs right now?
We didn't discuss the percentage, but I think, I'm not sure, did you submit that for the tracker? I feel like I saw that number somewhere.
I might have about a year ago.
Okay, if not, we can get
We
that.
talked about it on the phone once, but.
Yeah, we can definitely
that
get
was
that
a
number.
while ago.
Yeah, I think it might be it. I'll look back at the tracker and I'll let you know.
Okay.
And if not, we'll add it.
I asked because, 5 or 6 years ago, it was a very low number. I think actually we were told in public that it was just like 19 students. And I know that there has been an increase, but I don't know like what the current rate is right now.
Any other questions? Okay, Board Member Steffen.
The Policy and Governance Committee met on Wednesday, March 11th. In attendance were Mr. Bing, Ms. Jesamaria, Dr. Gilbert, and board members Brown, Higgins, Meyer, and myself. There is one policy up for first read tonight. That's policy 1220, which is about the qualifications of the superintendent and the procedures for hiring that person. We also have 3 policies and 2 regulations that are up for second read. Policy 0142.1 on nepotism, policy 5111 on eligibility of resident and non-resident students, policy 9163 on the spectator code of conduct, and then 2 regulations. We've got regulation 2535 on library materials and regulation 5530 on substance abuse. And one other update, policy 2422, which had gone through first read, is actually going to go back to SLT to consider whether, well, that policy is about statutory curricular requirements. It's going back to SLT to consider whether we ought to add information about pre-K and also non-statutory but district-specific curricular requirements. So that will go back to SLT and then to CNI and then back for first read through the Rube Goldberg machine. Are there any questions?
All right. And that concludes the discussion portion of the meeting. We're going to move on.
Say something about attending the women's conference.
Oh, yes, I do want you to say something about that.
All right. I just want to briefly acknowledge that myself, Board Member Sackett Gable, and Board Member Higgins attended the School Board's Women's Leadership Conference at the College of New Jersey this past month, where we had the opportunity to connect with board members from around the state, to learn from one another, and earn some board member credits. Given the district's current financial position, though they do pay for us to do that learning, we all plan to collectively reimburse the district for the cost of our attendance and look forward to putting our learning into practice. So, thank you.
Any questions on that? Hearing none, I will now reclose our discussion section and move on to the action portion of the meeting. I'm going to first call Resolution 4943 specifically, the resolution recognizing the International Transgender Day of Visibility. Do I have a motion? Board Member Nair. Do I have a second? Board Member Higgins. Moving on to discussion. Board Member Callahan, I want to thank you for your partnership in drafting this. Would you be so kind as to read this into the record?
Absolutely. Okay, so this is Resolution 4943, a resolution recognizing the International Transgender Day of Visibility. Whereas International Transgender Day of Visibility, observed annually on March 31st, celebrates the contributions, resilience, and lived experiences of transgender and gender nonconforming individuals. And whereas the South Orange Maplewood School District is committed to fostering a safe, inclusive, and equitable learning environment for all students and affirms the dignity and worth of every student and family. And whereas visibility and affirmation are critical to the well-being and academic success of transgender and gender nonconforming students, and whereas the Board of Education recognizes with concern ongoing incidents of bullying and harassment targeting transgender students, which must not be ignored, and whereas the board further acknowledges a broader national climate in which transgender individuals face heightened scrutiny, actions, and even policies that may contribute to feelings of marginalization or vulnerability, and whereas transgender students may experience intersecting forms of discrimination requiring an inclusive, responsive, and proactive approach by the district. Whereas the district is committed to enforcing policies that prohibit discrimination, harassment, intimidation, and bullying based on gender identity or expression, including through the continued implementation of Board Policy 5756, and now therefore be it resolved that the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education recognizes March 31st as International Transgender Day of Visibility, and be it further resolved that the board reaffirms its commitment to supporting transgender and gender nonconforming students and families, ensuring their safety, inclusion, and full participation in the life of the district. And be it further resolved that the board calls upon all members of the school community to stand up against bullying and harassment in all forms, and to actively foster a culture of respect, empathy, and belonging. And be it further resolved that the board will continue in its oversight to ensure that the district is engaging with students and families, listening to its concerns, and responding with appropriate supports and actions to ensure student safety and well-being. And be it further resolved that this resolution be read publicly in advance of March 31st as a clear statement of the district's values and expectations.
Any further comment? All right, Ms. Gallatin, will you please call the roll?
Board Member Bennett?
Yes.
Board Member Brown? Board Member Callahan?
Yes.
Board Member Higgins?
Yes.
Board Member Kapadia?
Yes.
Board President Meyer?
Yes.
Board Member Nayar?
Yes.
Board Member Sackett Gable?
Yes.
Board Member Stefan?
Yes.
All right, motion passes. Now I'm going to entertain a motion for the balance of our consent agenda, consisting of Resolution 4934 through 4942 and 4944 through 4945. Do I have a motion? Board Member Bennett, do I have a second? Board Member Kapadia. Any severs? No? Discussion?
I have a question, but on the board secretary report.
Do you want to jump in?
Can I,
Yeah. Board Member Nyer, please. Turn on your mic. I think we still have Frank with us, right?
Okay.
All right, great.
So my question is, on page 3 of our board secretary report, Frank, we see the recapitulation of fund balance, appropriations budgeted roughly 170 million. Actuals through the 8-month period that this is reported on is 159 million, and the variance or the difference is about 12 million. Does that mean that we have 12 million left to spend through the next 3 months? Because if you just take a straight average of the budget, the average monthly spend should be around 14 million. So just wondering if you could clarify that.
Yeah, I'm just, bear with me for a second. I'm just pulling up the board. You're looking at the board secretary's report ending February.
Ending 2/27/2026,
Yep.
and it's on page 3.
Okay. So are you talking about the recap of balance right on the top?
Yep.
Okay, so if our budget was to end, and again, we've had this conversation about making sure that the finances actually reflect our district practices, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the easiest way to look at the recap of fund balance is if you go to page 4.
Okay.
You'll see the appropriations for the current expense. Page 5, you'll see the appropriations for the general fund. And this is picks up the number right from this. So page 4 and 5 are a little bit more detailed. And then it drop into pages 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The board secretary's report gets more and more detailed as you go further back into the report. I like to look at this report. I like to look from the back and move forward. So if you go into page 7, you'll start to see the more detailed appropriations for our different lines broken out by the function that we've talked about, these cost center reports. And these cost centers tie back into the board secretary's report. 7, 8, 9, you can see, and the state rolls into the first 4 digits. So all of the accounts that we have like 900 and something accounts, they all roll into this 4-segment account code. So that cost center report, the budget projection report will all roll into these numbers. So if you go down to the bottom of this next, like I like looking at this report because the report the number that you picked out on the top is just shows at $11 million. But this is the breakdown. And then if you look at our budget reports, it breaks it down even more granularly about the appropriation, what's been encumbered, what's been expended, and what is available for each one of these accounts. And if you get down to page 12, you'll see that $11 million number. That's the current expense. General fund is page 12. So 14 is where you'll actually see the copy of that number, the 170, 96, 62, 11 million. And if you remember our conversations in FFT and during the budget process, I would love to look at this number. The expenditures tie out because that ties to our cash. This encumbrance number of 62 million is the number that I don't believe will accurately reflect all of our year-end encumbrances through June. So this $11 million is not showing encumbrances that aren't booked into the system yet. And this is the biggest piece that, as we talk about improving, we can improve upon. So in a perfect world, if you read this report, you would see that there's $11 million that hasn't been committed or expended, right?
Yeah.
In actuality, in this report, I would not agree with that number because there's encumbrances. And if we go, I've shown you the other projection reports that we've done, we've dialed in, and the goal is to get this report to reflect what's actually happening out in the field and the commitments that we've made.
Right.
So if you go back to that top report that you talk about on page 3, our appropriations for the general fund are 170. Our actual expenses and encumbrances, the combination is 158. The variance is 11 million. So if the financials were 100% up to date and we shut business down tomorrow, we would have $11 million that is not committed for a purpose as of February 27th.
Okay. So another,
sorry
to interrupt. So encumbrances here could include expenses to be incurred through June?
Yes, but what our goal is to recognize those encumbrances and put them on the balance sheet now so that you don't read a report that lets you believe that there's $12 million available. That's the goal. The same thing with revenues. Our budgeted revenues are 156 million. We've actually accrued 102 million. We're still waiting for $54 million worth of revenues to come through. And as we go through those more detailed reports, you can see like line by line, what have we collected in taxes? What have we collected in our receivables? So, this report is telling us that we would be $42 million in the hole if we shut down tomorrow. And, I don't believe the $54 million number. So, I'm looking at this a little bit from behind, but I'm this is the stuff that I was saying to you, like, we have to get these financial reports to where we can read that report and understand it and have confidence that to the best of our ability, everything that's out there is listed on this report.
Okay.
That's how we move it forward.
I think at the next FFT, maybe we can include an agenda item. Maybe we can pick one line item and just do a little bit more of a deep dive.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions or comments? Board Member Stefan? No? Oh, all right.
All the time.
Just in the laptop. Okay. Then I will ask you, Ms. Gallatin, to please call the roll.
Was there somebody move those, or we don't need to move those?
Sorry?
Did somebody move those for
I
a
believe
vote?
we moved and seconded. We're in discussion. So I believe we're ready.
Okay, who moved and who seconded?
Motion by Board Member Bennett, second by Board Member Kapadia.
Thank you.
Yep.
My apologies. Okay, Board Member Stefan.
Yes.
Board Member Sackett Gable.
Yes.
Board Member Dayar.
Yes.
Board President Meyer.
Yes.
Board Member Kapadia.
Yes.
Board Member Higgins.
Yes.
Board Member Callahan.
Yes.
Board Member Bennett.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. All right, now we're going to handle our walk-ons in two parts here. First, I'm going to seek a motion for resolutions 4946, 4947, 4948,
They're coming around.
and 4950.
No, just take one packet, one packet.
Oh, sure, yeah, I'm sorry. Take a minute and pass them down first. Yeah, we can take a second for everyone to take a look at them.
Take a packet.
All right, well, I'll just take a minute and get up to speed with these. So again, I'm going to set 4949 aside for the moment. We're going to handle the other four.
While you're reviewing those, I just want to note that we did meet with Assemblyman Chigozie Anyema this week. That call discussed various things: ranked choice voting, funding formula, mental health, President Obama's My Brother's Keeper, and integration legislation in regards to providing incentives to schools.
And for the benefit of the public, while we're looking at these are hand-carried resolutions. One regarding student removal for non-residency, one regarding a long-term suspension, another one regarding a long-term suspension, and then the outcome of two HIB appeals. So everyone just give me a sign when you're ready to move forward. Yep, so right now we're going to do not 4949, so the other four. 46, 47, 48, and 50.
Are you doing them individually?
I'm going to move those four together, unless anyone's looking to sever.
Okay.
Yep. Do you know what? Let's go one at a time. Here we go. I like it. All right. I'm going to seek a motion, first of all, on 4946, upholding student removal for non-residency. Do I have a second? All right. Sorry, I'm seeking a motion, first of all. Second Gable motion? Yeah?
Sure, second.
All right. Second. Thank you. Board Member Higgins, any discussion on this? I guess we can't have discussion on these. We got to move them straight to a vote. Will you please call the roll?
Board Member Bennett.
Yes.
Board Member Callahan.
Yes.
Board Member Higgins.
Yes.
Board Member Kapadia.
Yes.
Board President Meyer.
Yes.
Board Member Nayar.
Yes.
Board Member Sackett Gable.
Yes.
Board Member Stefan.
Yes.
Very good. Entertaining a motion for 4947, upholding a long-term suspension. Do I have a motion? Board Member Sackett Gable, do I have a second? Board Member Callahan, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Stefan.
Yes.
Board Member Sackett Gable.
Yes.
Board Member Nayar.
No.
Board President Meyer,
Yes.
Board Member Kapadia,
Yes.
Board Member Higgins,
Yes.
Board Member Callahan,
Yes.
Board Member Bennett.
Yes.
All right, we'll entertain next Resolution 4948, declining the recommendation of the disciplinary action following long-term suspension. Do I have a motion? Board Member Higgins. Do I have a second? Board Member Steffen. Ms. Callan, will you please call the roll?
Board Member Bennett,
Yes.
Board Member Callahan,
Yes.
Board Member Higgins,
Yes.
Board Member Kapadia,
Yes.
Board President Meyer,
Yes.
Board Member Nayar,
Yes.
Board Member Sakit Gable,
Yes.
Board Member Steffen.
Yes.
Next, I'm going to call Resolution 4949, HIP appeal. Do I have a motion? Going once. Nope. No. Do I have a motion? Board Member Higgins, thank you. Do I have a second? Board Member Steffen, thank you. And can we call the roll, please?
Board Member Steffen,
Yes.
Board Member Sakit Gable,
Yes.
Board Member Nayar,
Yes.
Board President Meyer,
Yes.
Board Member Kapadia,
Yes.
Board Member Higgins,
Yes.
Board Member Callahan,
Abstain.
Board Member Bennett.
Yes.
And lastly, entertaining a motion for Resolution 4950. Do I have a motion? Board Member Callahan, do I have a second? Board Member Sakit Gable. Ms. Callahan, will you please call the roll?
Board Member Bennett,
No.
Board Member Brown, sorry. Board Member Callahan,
Abstain.
Board Member Higgins,
No.
Board Member Kapadia,
No.
Board President Meyer,
Yes.
Board Member Nayar,
Yes.
Board Member Sakit Gable,
Yes.
Board Member Steffen.
Yes.
Very good. And that concludes the action section of our meeting. We will now move to our second hearing of individuals and delegates this evening. Do we have any individuals or delegates this evening? We have none in person. We have none online, neither a person nor a delegation. That concludes the second hearing of individuals and delegations. Is there any new business for this evening? Seeing none, I'll announce our future meetings. The board will meet in public session on Thursday, April 23rd, 2026 at 6:30 p.m., where action will be taken. Reminder, we do have 2 remaining sessions of our strategic planning sessions, April 15 and May 11th. You can sign up on the district's website. And with that, can I entertain a motion to adjourn? Board Member Sakit Gable. Do I have a second? Board Member Nayar. Show of hands, all in favor? It is unanimous. The meeting is adjourned at 10:33 p.m. Good night.